Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Hello. How is everyone doing? Hi, cucumber sadness. Cucumber sadness. Why is a cucumber sad? Cucumbers shouldn't be sad. What? Hello, everybody. How you doing? Cucumbers make me sad, though. I can't eat cucumbers. They make me ill. I love cucumbers. I used to. Just can't eat them anymore. They always make me super duper ill. It's a cucumber tin in them. Did you know cucumbers actually have like this thing in them called cucumber tin? It's really funny. But hello everybody. Oh, I hope you're doing well. I hope your day has gone better than mine. Although actually I guess it's not gone too badly. So, why did I build? I swear I built 2 of more Saturnine dudes. I just realised I got 2 50mm bases on my desk and I was keeping 2 50mm bases on my desk because I had 2 more Saturnine to build and I thought I built them and now I'm wondering why do I still have 2 50mm bases on my desk. So I got confused then. Yeah, I'm going to check if I've got 6 of them. Hi, Clamonia! Yeah, I've got 6 built. Well, these 2, maybe it's just like 2 bases I got out because I use 1 base like to keep spare parts in.
Word of the day, Gene Stealer, preparing the world for our hungry overlords, with big chompers.
Yeah, we love Gene Stealers. And hi, French Puff, how you doing? How you all doing? Wait, handcam, I got my gloves on already. Yeah, look at this. Big hearts to you all. Oh, but yeah, I keep like 150mm base with spare bits that I want to use on something. I know what I want to use them on, so I just don't want to put them away because, you know, I hope to build it soon. And then this one just has like bits that need to be thrown when we've been cutting stuff up. I'll just throw it into there. Yeah. And then usually what I'll do, I'll empty it out into one of my gloves so I can just throw them away with the glove. I need to check how biodegradable these gloves are. They're nitrile. They're the same type of ones like you see doctors and tattoo artists and stuff. They're not sterile ones. It's just that they're really good because you can use touchscreen stuff with them still. And they're relatively thin, so you got quite a bit of feeling still through them. But they're also like really opaque and don't let much light through. Oh, Briar just raided. Hello, Briar. How you doing? Because, oh, she might have not appeared yet. We'll wait until she appears in chat. There she is. Good morning, good afternoon to you, Briar. And hello, Yogg-Suffer. Do you have weapon artisan? The kind of artisan where you find weapons cool? I mean, it's midnight for you. Oh my gosh, it's midnight for you. Get some sleep. It's the middle of a week, Briar. Don't you have work tomorrow? Goob. It's a goob. I hope your stream went well. I did pop into your stream for a little bit, but I didn't say hi because I didn't have a chance of being busy. Oh yeah, that's where my morning's been weird. I lost like a bunch of my afternoon. Like a really long part of my afternoon. Hello, Fuku Star. Welcome in the Dream of 8. Big hearts to you all. Yeah. Before you go, I want to see the puff word of the day. It's Gene Sealer. And Slendy. Hello, Slendy. Boo. Ah. Oh, and you got a little Halloween. You got a little Halloween pumpkin-y looking profile picture. Yeah. Hello. Oh, yeah, my morning. So, if you don't know, for a few days I've had this issue where Windows noises, just like connection and disconnection noises, keep occurring. And there's been this thing called USB display that just keeps like appearing and disappearing with it. And it's been a bit annoying, but I couldn't figure out what it was. And I did like a virus scan and stuff and there was nothing there. So I was But today it got so much worse. Like I turned on my computer, just like do-do, 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 do-do. It was like that constantly with the Windows noises. I'm like, my head. And then I took my entire computer apart in the end, trying to figure it out. I'm like, USB display. I don't have any displays that plug in via USB port. And all my USB ports are working fine. Everything unplugged. It's still making the noise. And then I found out, I forgot. I've got one of those, coolers, CPU coolers, and they have a little display on it that like has temperature and stuff on. And it was that. That was a USB display because the USB connection on it is just like really bad. I managed to fix it and now it's like, yeah, it's fixed. But that meant like much of my day that I wanted to do video editing on has just disappeared. Oh gosh. And hi, it's T. Hello. How you doing? So yeah, that's what I end up losing so much time to that. But we got lots of stuff to build. We must construct additional turrets. Actually, we got all 4 of our turrets
We must
built.
construct additional turrets.
Oh, do you want to see the guy I built yesterday, though? Some of you on Discord would have already seen this. Oops, I just randomly need my keyboard. This dude. We built this cool little dude. Let's get the focus, see if it will work. Wait, go like this. Sometimes it works better like that. There we go. Super cool model. He's got a big old axe. I took from a Saturnine tournament. It looks so stupid, but I kind of love it at the same time. It's because his other axe was really tight, kind of bad. This does not connect very well at the back there, but I might use some green stuff or something just to fill in for little bits of gap there. It's because that's not meant to be his regular backpack. It's just regular backpack was so cool I wanted to give it to somebody else. Because he's already cool enough. I used one of the Tech Marine heads on him that we had because we got like 2 of them. But yeah, this is his normal axe and I think it just looks really weird. It's based on some really cool art, but it just looks really weird
Question.
next to everybody
Can
else.
I make a vote thingy about end Discord?
Can I make a vote thingy in Discord? I don't know if you can. I don't know if that's just moderators or not. If you can go ahead and make a vote thingy. Yeah. I think that looks a bit... It doesn't feel very 40k Space Marine-ish. Feels like a demon could have that, I feel like. And then I just saw this, I'm like, it looks stupid, but I kind of love it at the same time. I might just cut it off again and just replace it with something else. But like a power sword or something. I thought it was fun. I also really like his skull shoulder pads. It looks like he could make a really good chaplain model, to be honest, but he's meant to be a castellan, which is like a
Replace it with a
lieutenant.
cupcake.
Lieutenant. Replace it with a cupcake. Never! Our boy is missing half his axe and about 5% of a weapon mass. He's just super strong. Hi, Ava Wolf, how you doing? And hi, Erland, how you doing? But anyway, we've got stuff to build. It's like... Remember how I got 2 of these combat patrols and each one comes with 10 Graphis Marines? Well, and do you remember how I got like one of the Iron Imperial Fist combat patrols, which has 5 more Graphis Marines? And do you know how sometimes when you're buying stuff and you can get a discount if you add something else onto a basket, or you can get like free shipping? Well, I do that sometimes with like models I know that I'll eventually need. And well, that means I already have 1 box of Graphis. 2 boxes of Graphis, 3 boxes of Graphis, badonk. And that means I have a total of 40 Graphis Marines to build. Also, I've got 3 aggressors I've still not built that I got ages ago on eBay. So we got 40 of these guys to build. But we're not going to build any of them right now. Girls, I do want to build this dude. Literally 1 Marine for each day in a month. Oh gosh. I want to find a right-sized head for my Karlach and replace it with a Vanguard Archon Bodyguards from Age of Sigmar. Oh, I think it's a cool idea because she would fit Chaos look, not personality though.
I can make a vote thingy. 1 and 1 just did.
Yay! Are you sure it's enough? It's not enough, Graphis. So my final army has... The primary detachment has 6 aggressors. The heavy detachment has 2 squads of 10 heavy intercessors and 2 squads of 5 heavy intercessors. It also has 2 squads of 6 eradicators. We only have 1 of the squads fully built now. And it also has another squad of aggressors, which I need to get. And then my defense detachment has 10 more heavy intercessors. So since we've already built 3 of the Graphis for primary detachment, including the Graphis captain, and we've already built the Graphis apothecary that goes with them, we have 2 more Graphis captains to build for heavy intercessors as well, and to get hold of. 3 apothecary biologists, which I don't know how I'm going to get them because you can't buy them by themselves, and eBay's like really pushed up the price of them. We've got 6 of the eradicators built, but that means I need 6 more built. 3 of the primary ones built, and 3 of the primary detachment aggressors need to be built still. That means we need to get 6 more aggressors, 6 more eradicators, 2 captains, and 3 apothecary biologists. But I have the rest of the Graphis Marines. So that means I need 12, 15, 17 more. Yay! Thank you. Hi, Bob, by the way. Thanks for the big love. So, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of Graphis, but it's not quite enough yet, if I'm going to be entirely honest with you. So, but this is the new guy who came out for Warhammer Day. And he is one of 2 Space Marine captains with jump packs you can get now. Well, for generic Space Marine captains. The other one has a power fist, power sword, plasma pistol, bolt pistol. Those kind of options. This one is just basically big old hammer, big old shield, and you can also have a chainsword if you wanted instead. This is the relic shield one. Yee. Oh, that's nice. We can build him. I'm not going to build either of these 2 heads. I've got some other head options. Oh, I like the little iron halo on his backpack. But yeah, I've got a lot of Graphis Marines to build. And once my Terminators arrive, I'm gonna have like a week where it just focuses on building 100 Terminators. Do you think that would be a fun week? Building 100 Terminators as quickly as we can, and then painting them as quickly as we can? Technically, I actually only have 97 and a decade to paint them. No! Actually, I'm gonna spray undercoat some models. 10 of them are gonna be art. Well, 11 models are gonna be arcs, as I want to test the color scheme. And then I'm also going to undercoat 20 more Space Marines, or 21, with Mechanicus Grey, and see if we can contrast better than we did last time. Oh gosh, his backpack is really complicated to build compared to other ones I've built in the past. There's so much going on here. Okay, so I'm guessing this just goes there. Maybe it's this. No, it definitely wouldn't be that way. Why does it want to clip on smoothly? Okay, there we go. Never mind. Conjurer needs to find a successor and fast over Sential. Task of painting these miniatures when she turns into dust. I'm a Cupcake Conjurer. I can be around forever and ever and ever. Don't worry about it. If I turn to dust, I'll just conjure myself back into, you know, existence. It's fine. It's fine. It's definitely fine. Oh, I thought that was something I need to clip off there. No, it's a little Aquila. Is on these things. Oh, that's cool. Okay, but then there's something else on the backpack. Oh, it's this thing. I like these little flappy things of a backpack. It makes it feel more functional somehow. Even though I'm not entirely sure what the little flaps would be for. Like, I'm assuming for air brakes.
Speaking of turning to dust, a puff lives for a total of 3 days. After that it turns to a strong material called puffganite.
Oh, little puffs. Wait, does that mean a new French puff is in chat every single time? Oh no. How does this even... Oh, there we go. No. It feels like it needs to go... like that. What? Okay, I feel like I need to smooth down this edge a bit more than it already is. Been to my miniature shop and they'll add a 3D printer soon, which is pretty cool. Ooh. You could get 3D miniatures printed off. That sounds cool.
So what's the reason for the clown makeup in the thumbnails?
I thought you asked yesterday. It's just a meme. Have you seen that Joker meme of you think something is okay or whatever, and it's like yes, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. And it's basically saying you've got a hot take and you're a clown, but it's still what your take is. And my thing is just saying that, hey, saying that Iron Hand Patrol is good makes you a clown, but that's what I believe. That's the reason for it. It's just based on a meme template without actually using the template. I was like, hi, K-Twats. This is weird. Let's look at the model. It has a smooth connection. Why doesn't it want to connect like that? Maybe if I just take this apart now. I'm gonna have to take this apart. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, see if... Need to go to a tournament to test your iron hands out thing, because Paul is bad at things. Had been to several tournaments, bringing double-digit down Centurions. He's won a few games. Ooh. Nah, I think tournaments aren't the be-all and end-all of Warhammer. And stuff like that. The fact of the matter is...
Guys, I think I've run into a problem. When I use the plastic glue, I kinda feel weird.
That's because plastic glue gives off fumes. You need to be in a well-ventilated place, like have open windows when using plastic glue. And preferably be near the windows or have some other form of ventilation. Plastic glue fumes are not good for you. You don't want to breathe it in. Also, don't leave a lid off your plastic glue. Make sure that when you're using your plastic glue, you always put it back on. Because plastic glue evaporates in air and gives off a lot of vapors. You don't win a tournament, you die. You know, I think the thing that makes the Iron Hands Combat Patrol good is it's very Iron Hand themed. It's got really good value to it. And yeah, Sevo-turrets, they're not the best thing ever. They are vehicles though. They are a lot of people do forget. They are vehicles. They do benefit from tech marines. Tech marines benefit from them. They benefit from all the vehicle strats. And they're not amazing, but I can't say they're unequivocally bad. It's like you're not being at a serious disadvantage by taking servo-turrets unless you take a hell of a lot of them. Even if you take two, you're not being put, like, if you want an anti-tank unit, right? 2 servo-turrets with 2 last talons will serve you just as well, if not better, than a Predator or Ballista's Dreadnought. Yeah, it could be that you're allergic to the glue as well if you have like really serious adverse reactions to it. In which case, stop using it. Find a different brand that you don't have an adverse reaction to. For the most part, it's like do that entire thing of don't sniff glue. Yeah, that's why you need to avoid glue. Make sure that you're taking all the like have windows open, don't be in a tight sealed room. Have doors open. People really stopped using Google. They did. What does it means? Tiredness. Like feeling tired or feeling a bit dizzy. There we go. There we go. So yeah. And the same applies to super glue. Don't be using super glue in an unventilated room. And unventilated just means you need to keep your windows open. You need to keep the doors open. If you start feeling dizzy or whatever, put the glue down, put it away, step away from it all, and just give yourself some fresh air for a while. Maybe go for a walk. There we go. Go here. Oh, yee, look at a piece of terrain. What happens if I didn't want him on an Imperial world? I'd have to cut his little foot off first and then like find some Eldor Webway gate or some Xeno stuff or whatever. I do prefer more generic tactical rocks to Imperial terrain tactical rocks. And there we go. I was talking about tactical rocks. There we go. Oh yeah, I like that. I do like Space Marine character things. I do think they need to make the character models they have a little bit less bland. Like just put more decoration on them, or just have like more decoration options on the character models. You sell them for such a high price that you really should be putting what's it called on them? Oh, what's the word? Lots of spare parts on them, like lots of arm and head options, different shoulder pad options, maybe even things like different backpack options and definitely different shin pad options. Make it so that you can make your character decorated in different ways. Add a bunch of purity seals in, maybe. Or stuff that will fit over the legs. I seriously think it's like these models, it's like this tiny little bit of sprue costs, what is it? 25 quid or something like that. And it's like, you get this much, so 4 times as much for less than twice the price for like any other kit. It's like even the density of pieces and stuff. That's where I think like Games Workshop really is just going a bit too far with the way that they sometimes do the models. I'd add this thunder hammer to him, but nah. $24.99. Actually, get your facts right, or GW will throw Cuptle off a roof. No! Only I'm allowed to do that. I imagine the amount of design and stuff that goes into character models is a lot higher than other model sets. Or just as high as other model sets, so that's where a lot of the expense is actually coming from, not the amount of plastic and parts you get. But I feel like they could at least try to just give you, like, there's some characters out there where it's a lot nicer. I just feel like they need to do more of that with the character models. Or just sell like character box sets where you get a chaplain, a lieutenant, a captain, and a justiciar, and an ancient all in one box. But they each have different options, so they can be built in different ways. So you can build them all as like lieutenants if you wanted to. But that way you can mix and match and just like make better characters. And have more fun with your characters. There we go. That's nice. I need more purity to use on that shield. Yeah, this is where I just need to make sure these little side nubs are cut off so that we can customize the position of the arms a bit more. But what if we don't want one of them? That's where I said it's like, have it so that the unique parts of each one, you can only get one off. But wait, you then get some less unique parts of them, like just a bunch of power swords and bolt pistols. And that way you can build them as just like special sergeants or as lieutenants or anything else. Or you can just kit bash them into something else by combining them with other kit sets. Kits and sets, sorry. And like one of the things of this that's cool is that they did just go with the same basic arms, making it compatible with pretty much every other marine kit. And that is cool. Ooh. Now this might be compatible with some of the spare parts I have for my Templar. The problem with named characters in miniatures is that the price feels inflated. Other companies bundle named characters with other box guard units or sell them together with other generic dudes. A hero patrol box. Hi, big guy. Or maybe not a hero patrol box, but like one of my favourite Space Marine sets is the Company Heroes box set, which is it's got a captain who can alternatively be built as a lieutenant. And it has basically a stern guard, a stern guard with heavy bolter, an ancient, and a company champion all in one box. That's kind of how it is. But each of them have so many ways that they can be built, and you got so many spare parts in it. In fact, you can build a wide array of characters, or just use it to kit bash and customize your other characters and just give some uniqueness to them. And that is what makes the box set really, really good, in my opinion. Or you can just build it as a Company Heroes box, and it's perfectly good as that. With Company Heroes being a special squad that Space Marines have. And it's like a bodyguard. It's effectively a command squad unit, and you have to add a captain to it, but the Company Heroes squad comes with a captain. It's a pretty decent unit. It's got really good... one model with really good combat stats, 2 models with really good shooty stats. So it's a bit of a jack of all trades unit. It's not the most competitive unit because most units you want to be specialized. You should get a named character when you buy a codex. Actually, you should be able to download Titus. I mean, you can in a way. I mean, that's Calguard was sold with his Victrix Honor Guard unit. Originally. Well, I say originally, for previous Calgar, which might be coming back. And you sometimes get named characters, like Adrax has been in 2 Salamander Combat Patrols now. I got it looks silly. So it's fine, I think, when you get the named character in a combat patrol. But people also complain about that because they want to buy multiple of them, and I'm like, just kit bash the character into something else. It's easily kit bashable. I mean, I turned my Adrax into a Marshal for my Templars. But I think the issue is when you just have generic characters that just feel too generic to a point where they don't really feel like a character. Which I think a really good example of this is some of the Space Marine characters. Like, if you just look at the Space Marine Captain with Power Fist, or the Space Marine Terminator Captain, or the Space Marine Terminator Chaplain, they just look so bland and boring and have such an undynamic stance. Also, when Titus first released, he did come with a bunch of Termagants. Also, Tigerius recently just had another model release. Inside a combat patrol. So it's not that they don't lump characters into other box sets. And to be fair, when it comes to named characters, I don't mind so much named characters being by themselves. It's all the generic characters, because the generic characters are the ones you're definitely going to need to get hold of. Okay, I want the head that was for... Is it this one? I think it is. Yes, I want this head. It's the head that was meant to come with this dude. Or it did come with him, it was just meant to go on him. And I chose not to put it on him. Oh gosh, it doesn't fit. His body's too small. No! The head's too wide, he's too big-headed. Oh gosh, that really is a very big body, isn't it? So like, compare it to this one. There shouldn't be only a named character filling a leader slot. Rip the wolves they suffer.
Mother, I am sorry. I am going into the oven. Goodbye, cruel world.
Bye-bye, French Path. I hope you have a good rest of your day. And you enjoy the oven. No, not that one. I'm sorry, I'm looking like heads inside this little thing.
Lol. That wasn't me.
Wait, did it say French Puff? Oh gosh, Erland I meant, sorry. Good night, Erland. Why did it say French Puff? Ugh. Sorry, I'm just distracted because I was looking at different heads at the same time. I apologise. In charge, I would make a named character, and if it becomes popular enough, I would kill him in lore and delist the model. Do you mean like they did with Yarick? And Urska Creed. They did replace Urska with Ursula, and you can still use Urska. And technically neither are confirmed dead in lore. I like how Kane is officially dead in lore as well. Like, I think it's even the first book that basically says he's dead and these are just like stories from him or something stupid. Yeah, is it the first book or is it like the third book in the series that claimed he is dead? Or at least heavily hinted towards it. And the books are like written from a mixture of his diaries and accounts of other people. Now, I want a more aggressive head than this. I want something that just speaks raid and I'm gonna whack you with a thunder hammer. I got a Saturnine head here, that could work. I want one of those screamer heads.
First book, third book, either way spoilers.
First book, third book. I thought it was like in the first page or something. Like, I don't think it's spoilers. Like, I think it's meant from the very beginning that where it's heavily hinted towards. It's been a long time since I've read any of them, so maybe it is spoilers. I don't know. That head feels very aggressive. It just doesn't feel right on his body. Maybe I would put some shoulder pads on. Yeah, when it comes to killing off popular characters though, Games Workshop really is not shy about it. The Emperor's goofiest commissar fighting his hardest battles. I'm not sure he is the goofiest. There's been a few goofy commissars, to be honest. I don't know why so many of the popular characters though end up just being commissars. It's like, why does it have to be a commissar? Games Workshop, when you tell them that they can make a character who's not a commissar. She's never wrong. She is either right or lying for fun. It's true. It's true. And if neither of those are the cases, you're wrong. That was always the case. I never believed it in the first place. Definitely. Okay, that's pretty cool. The Empress goofiest. Like, you got what's her name? Rain or whatever she's called, who's a commissar. You got Yarick, who's a commissar. You have Kane, who's a commissar. You have Gaunt, who is a commissar. Is it just a rule at Games Workshop where these characters have to be commissars? And what's his name, a commissar? The guy who was in charge of last chances? Shafir. No, I think he's a colonel. Or it might be a commissar colonel. How does that head look, do you think? Come on. Yee, what do you think? I think the head looks fine. I like it. Hello, Archeon. How you doing? Okay, let's put these heads into the little head box of a head pack. Oh, wait, I didn't put the... I forgot the little leggy leg part. I need to attach the shin armor. Look at that. Oh. I do kind of like how whenever, rather than kill off characters, like well and truly kill them off, they generally just hint that they're probably gone by now, but there's no official record of them being dead. Pray for me, I'm cooking spaghetti bolognese tonight. Oh, nice! Spaghetti bolognese is really easy to make, don't worry about it. Or maybe it's just because it's like one of the few meals I can like cook reliably. Because it takes like 15 minutes. Yesterday I watched a Warhammer iceberg video and was horrified to know that I'm at the bottom of Warhammer lore. Wait, isn't the bottom like good? Like the iceberg being at the top of it is bad because that's like just the surface level, and then at the bottom is like all the extra lore. Or am I just confused by that? There we go. The bottom is a deep dark, very few know. Oh. Yeah. That's what I thought. So I thought, isn't that like good to be that far down? Are you just horrified by the fact that you have reached that point in Warhammer? To be fair, there's so much Warhammer lore where very few people actually know about it. But there's always something else to learn. Whether it be very early lore that's not necessarily fully retconned, or may just come back in one form or another. And then you've just got lore from more obscure chapters and books and stuff like that. The sprue is empty. Time to snap it. Yeet! Okay, I'm going to keep these heads out because we need them. Then I want to find some stuff like purity as well, but here they are.
Entering ecological dead zone, adding report to data bank. Warning, maximum depth reached. Taking hull damage. Big ghosty roars intensify.
Oh no, the ghost Leviathan. I love the ghost Leviathans, they're so pretty. Well worth the risk to go and see, in my opinion. I think this is actually a resin one. Yeah, that's resin. That means glue this on. One of the deep parks is that the first Inquisitor is named Obi-Wan something or something. Every Inquisitor's named Obi-Wan. I imagine that's because it's a pretty much irrelevant part of the lore. And two, Obi-Wan is just a name. You can't sue people for using the same name, even if it was a made-up name originally. Once it becomes a name... There's certain trademarks and stuff, but I doubt Obi-Wan itself is a trademark. Last Games Workshop started using that years ago, and as a result, well, that's the thing, is just because someone used the same name doesn't mean you can actually sue them, and even if you try to, you're not necessarily going to be successful. Well, the ultimate thing is that it's not necessarily a part of the lore or whatever that's even canon anymore or still used. The reason it's a deep dark lore is because Games Workshop never uses it. And it's very likely not even true anymore. Like if it's old, then it's old. The case where a guy got sued because his name that he was born with was Anakin and he was older than Star Wars. Did Disney succeed in doing that? In multiple instances where Disney have tried suing someone and they didn't actually get successful once it did go into the courts. In fact, they pretty much back out as soon as it gets to that point. Have to look that up. I should think with like the way Nintendo is as well, that they would have sued all the people named Zelda out there. But again, it's not necessarily even a canonical part of Warhammer. And there's also much worse things that Warhammer's ripped off that Disney actually owns the right to. Look at all them purity seals. Oh, and look at that purity seal down there. Oh, he's beautiful. He's beautiful now. I kind of want to add a cape to him. You know, I've got some dudes. Just give me a moment. Actually, wait. I do have one cape. I do have one cape in here still. And that's not it. Where is it? Cape. Where art thou, Mr. Cape? Not you. Not you, not you, not you. Not you, not you, not you. Not you, not you, not you. Where's my cape? Here it is. Looks more
Well,
like it belongs to
I just made
space
2
wolf,
Groot
but I don't
hands.
know.
Well, I'm going to turn to stone now. Goodbye. We eat. Turning to stone SFX.
Bye bye, French puff. This time for real. Oh no. It doesn't fit under. I should have attached this earlier. Actually, no. It wouldn't even matter. What's in the way? Okay, I'll put this down. I think there's like a box of guys I can get to, but I'm going to Google quickly. This. Man named Anakin sued. No, that one's not true. 7 day. Star Wars lawsuit tossed out. Woman wins compensation from Disney because of her attempt to sue her. Now, most of the things don't seem to be stuff like that. But anyway, I'm gonna get some Primaris Crusaders. Oh. Because they come with a bunch of capes. I say a bunch. A single box comes with 2. Okay, there we go. And for this box, I don't need to use either cape, although one of them is already being whatever saved for a different squad. Okay, no, none of them. None of them. There we go. We can't have a veteran without a cape unless a cape just won't fit on him. You know? It's the Templar. As Edna Mole said. More capes! Okay, will this actually fit on? No. Doesn't look like it. Need that to stay there. So that goes there. And this fit over it. Does look like it actually. Yes, we can get a cape on him. Perfect. Although, I'm looking at this and it just doesn't line up at all. That's why it doesn't go on fully. Oh gosh, that's not even stuck. Where's my file? I'm going to use my file and try to just file this down. It's more likely to fit. Do 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 do. I want it to fit flush. And if it does fit flush, does this fit on? It's a little better than before, but still not perfect. There you go. Maybe I'm just too impatient with all this stuff. I am a very impatient person. Compared to a lot of people. There we go. Any luck, this fits on correctly. Gosh, it's breaking off on that side instead. There you go. Why is there such a big gap even after filing it down? I don't find the issue of where it just doesn't want to connect properly. Do, 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 do. This backpack is annoying me. Don't know what is wrong with it. It is just a mess it's through to do. There we go. And let's just get the clippers around the edges. Just clipping any potential connection issues away. But any luck, this connects perfectly. Okay, it's connecting better, it feels like. And this comes in with its own connection. Still not. Oh, darn, it was connecting perfectly. Now it's got a big old gap in it. I can clearly see that gap there. Oh. Oh, whatever. Trying to make these things fit flush sometimes is a bit more pain than it's worth. When it's painted black, it'll barely be noticeable anyway. The chat on my phone is broken, so let's just reconnect that. There we go. Need to reload the page for it. Okay, that's connected here. Okay, he has a cape now. And he lost his little shieldy thing. It fell off as I kept pressing it. Oh, stick. Don't fall off. Okay, there we go. That should... Oh, if we leave it, it should dry sturdily. Hi, French Puff. Welcome back. Well, Yeet, there we go. It's all nice and cool. And it kind of feels a bit unique to our Templars. Just having a quick drink. Need to put these Chimera sprues back into their box. Because that's where I stole the cape from. Oh, there we go. Did this come with like a mini transfers? No, it didn't. Do you want to see the little book? I can actually show you the book without blinding you as much now. Oh look, there's its stats at the back. It's pistol. Ow! It gets 5 strength. No, 5 attacks that hit on 3, strength 8, AP -2, and they do 2 damage. It has 5 wounds. Toughness 4, 3+ armor save, 6+ leadership, 1 objective point, 4+ invulnerable save, 3+ armor, 12 inches movement, and he can fly. Hi Night Parade, how you doing? Made in the UK. You like all the extra noises and stuff that it all does now? I hope you do. Okay, let's just move all these bits to one side. And then we'll get the 5 Graphis Marines from the Imperial Fist set. There'll be 1 Heavy Bolter, 1 Captain. Not 1 Captain, 1 Sergeant. Sad that the Sergeant can't be equipped with anything cool. Like a power sword or something. But maybe it'll make him too strong. So question. What do you think is the primary issue with Sevo-turrets? I think it's inevitably its movement speed of only being 3 inches. If you put it in a fire strike army, you can give it, it gets assault, meaning it can advance and shoot, which significantly improves its maneuverability. I think there is definitely reason to take it. It's only 75 points, meaning that if you only got 75 points left in your army and you need a little bit of anti-tank power, it's really not a bad pull to make. Like, against a knight, how much damage will it do on average to a knight? It will get 2 shots hitting on 2s. That's 10/6. Then it will wound on 5s with rerolls, which gives it a 5 in 9 chance of wounding. So that brings it to a... Doing okay. You had to go out and just got home. Hi, Dr. Smilex. Don't worry about being late. Oh, where did you go? Was it somewhere exciting? But yeah, so yeah, 5 over 9, and you've got 10 over 6 chance to hit. So that's 50 over 54. Wait, is that 50 over 54? Yeah, 50 over 54 when it comes to wounding the knight. Then it gets a 5+ save, so that's a 2 in 3 chance of going through. That's 100 over 162. And then it has an average 4.5 damage, which you multiply your final assault by. Meaning it's doing on average around 1 to 2 damage to a knight, something like that. Also, fingies! Oh. 1.5 damage. Oh, it has the potential to do up to 9 damage to it. Not up to 9, up to 14 damage. Of a 75-point model, that's not too shabby. It's also surprisingly tough. It was for a routine medical thing, nothing major. Oh, that makes sense. That's like the only reason I ever have to go out. Or I ever go out, rather. I've been a couple of times where I wanted to go out. Like, I wanted to visit a Warhammer store on Warhammer Day. And for the commemorative... Sorry, my mother thinks making something spicy, and it's just really, really strong, and it's just got reached me. Apologise. I'm gonna have to... Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh gosh, she made something super spicy. I had to go and check. Oh, make sure. Oh my goodness, she flavoured the air. My windows are open. She flavoured the entire street. I am drinking. Oh gosh. I'm drinking, don't worry. Oh my goodness, that's insane. Like, how do you make something so spicy? Okay, this will be one of the squads of 5 intercessors. So this is going to be a sergeant. You know he's a sergeant because he's only using one hand. Yeet. I really like heavy intercessors. I just wish they were a bit more playable, as it were. I thought, how is it actually meant to be uploading it? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, I just think I've seen something cool. Where is it on the sprue? That's definitely how they were holding it. Oh no, I think this is reflected. Oh. If you look in here, he's pointing there, but he's got that gun there, which we're using. And I think this is like of it being reflected. Because I can't find another gun like that. I mean, there's one here. But that's in the wrong hand. I don't know if that is the correct hand there. So maybe that is one like that. That's a heavy bolter. That's in the same hand that's here. They're all being held normally in two hands. Oh, there it is! I missed it completely. Yep, my mother's making very spicy food. If you ever think that, like, the British, we like our mild food and stuff, my mother's there with the entire, you know, all the spices from India. Oh my goodness! Yes! Oh, it's beautiful. I can't customize the shoulders. We just have to rely on transfers. But this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Up until this point. Oh, Yeet. I mean, okay, he's not actually holding them by the, you know, triggers. Which it would be super cool if he was. But Yeet. It would be super cool if we could just, like, equip a dude and give him, like, twin-linked bolters. Heavy bolt rifles. Heavy intercessors aren't bad. I think they've been overshadowed at the moment since intercessors got an upgrade though. Because intercessors now have an ability, if all of them are shooting at the same target, their rifles go from 2 attacks to 4 attacks. And while the rifle isn't as strong as this, because these are damage too, the fact that they get 4 attacks each is just absolutely insane. Has a lot of guns. He needs more. He does. But it's fine. This is definitely a sergeant though. You can tell he's a sergeant by just how many guns he has. Wait. I have an idea. I can give him pistols, all of that. And I'm going to have to get his backpack on. I'm sorry for like coughing so much on stream, by the way. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. No, that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3. Okay. Sergeant Kitten for Dung Gobbler. The Gun Doubler. The Dun Gobbler. I don't know what a dung gobbler is, but he's dung gobbled it. Oh, yeah. Heavy intercessors remind me a lot of, do you know, oh, what's his name? Buzz Lightyear? Okay, we now need to go into our head box and be like, let's find a cool head in here. Wait, does this head fit for heavy intercessors? Oh no, it just doesn't fit onto a generic space meme body. One day we'll find a space meme that you can fit onto. Is that dual wielding just for looks? It's just for looks. It can't be used in game. I wish it could be. But no, sergeants don't have special stats in for heavy intercessors. You can't give them any special equipment. They don't have any special rules or anything. Not like old editions where sergeants had +1 attack or slightly better leadership or anything like that. But yeah, it also does look less cool when you realise he's not holding the triggers, but I don't care. It's just like, he's doing a quick reload where it's like grabbing magazines, he's just like put them in. That's what I'm going to say. There you go. He's not got a helmet on, but that's because we're going to take off a helmet here. Okay, we need to find a helmet that has... There we go, veteran helmet. You can tell which one's a veteran helmet based on if they have a skull on them. If they've got a little skull on the helm, it means it's a veteran. The veteran doesn't have to be your... Actually, I don't think it necessarily means veteran. It's effectively a reward they get. Or like being heroic or something, but it's most likely going to be on a sergeant over anyone else. Because, well, your sergeant had to earn the rank of sergeant somehow. It's very likely whatever they did to earn the rank of sergeant also earned them a little skull. Or sometimes they just earn the rank of sergeant just by, you know, being experienced and having good calm head and so on. Meanwhile, you might have someone in the squad who is really veteran, but they've just not really earned the promotion to sergeant. Or they're not really considered good leader material, even though they're very heroic and very good at what they do. But there we go. Really, this arm should be a little bit more on point with the other. He's for Lara Croft of Marines. Yeah, no, Lara Croft used 2 pistols. And she had her arms out straight. We've got a Lara Croft of the Marines already, a person who's armed with 2 pistols, and he's a lieutenant with a shield. But he keeps his shield on his back so he can just shoot you in the face. I feel like I want to give him 2 pistols now, though, you know. Sergeant Kitten, his first name and last name got lost. Maybe. Maybe. When we're painting him, we can come up with the names. Also, I like to paint the names on the bats. On the base, sorry, the bottom of the base. Oh yeah, we can give him 2 pistols. And then I need to give him like some purity seals and relics and stuff. I want to make each sergeant at the very least unique from one another. But also very clearly marked as a sergeant of a unit. Why is it sticking to me? Not super glue, so it shouldn't stick to me. But it is. There we go. Purity seal there. I don't like that. I've purity seal on this gun, yeah. Here we go. And do we have another set of... Ooh, that's a cool set of purity seals. There we go. I would give them like a little tabard and stuff, and I feel like I need to do that for the Terminators. I'll look at like not green stuff, 3D printed tabards I can get for my Terminators before they arrive. I've already got some capes and stuff for them. Although not nearly enough. I'm going to have to get more capes. There we go. Yee, nice little relic there. I like that. Maybe another purity seal somewhere. The sergeants are meant to be more honoured and stuff. Put it on his little leg. What's everyone's favourite unit, by the way? I'm really partial to all of the graphics units. In Arcs, it's like the Lootus I love. I like the old Lootus more than the current Lootus in terms of where you could actually loot enemies' weapons. I'm really partial for Servitors for Admech, but the Servitor Battleclade's the closest that we get to a decent unit. You know, I wouldn't mind this much spices, but, you know, I can handle quite a bit of spice when it comes to, you know, taste and stuff. Like, I put a lot of pepper, actually, I mean, pepper's not much of a spice, but when it comes to things like mustard, pepper and stuff, it's like, they don't affect me at all. I don't even think of them as spices. When I have tried spicier things like chili and stuff, it's been fine. think it's because my mother just throws in a load of like this red chili pepper thing, like ghost pepper stuff into it, and it's just insane. Like, I wonder how she's not put a hole in her stomach or something from it. I actually don't know if it's ghost pepper. It's like this chili powder she's got. Like, oh gosh. I had to go by faction for that question. I like the look of chaplains. They are like anger was given a physical form. That's a really good word for it. I like this guy. He's like very angry. It's like with a tech priest face. He is just the angriest lad. Like, look how angry he looks. It's not the angriest, but still. Whoa, look at that skull. And that skull. He's not a chaplain though, he's a castellan. Okay, what's your favourite Space Marine unit? What's your favourite Space Marine unit? Oh. Mine will have to be any of the Graphis units. Can't really choose between them. I like the Rhino-based tanks chiefly for Predator and Vindicator. I kind of like them. I want to get a couple of the autocannon Predators for my defense regiment. Defense detachment. Like, autocannons are absolutely insane in real life. Like, for how effective they are if you want to defend a position. Because one of the things is like, autocannons, you don't necessarily think of them as like an anti-tank option. They very much are. But the thing is like, yeah, you tank for your autocannon, your tank is probably going to win that fight. The issue is, though, is you do not want your tank to be hit by an autocannon. There's a lot of reasons of this. Mostly, you don't want your tanks being damaged. You don't want its armor being knocked off and chipped away. You don't want the track to become shattered or whatever by the autocannon, or the turret to become damaged so it can't swing around. An autocannon can do a hell of a lot of damage, especially an accurate one. I'm more partial though to the last cannon one, because I just like the fact it's got a bunch of last cannons on it. Hi, big guy! 9407. I think suppressors are cool. Oh, I love suppressors. Yes. I've got 9 suppressors, the most you can put into an army. Only 3 of them are currently built though. I just wish you could buy them by themselves and that for a bit more customizability options of them. A heckin' great big demo cannon for Bulldozer is iconic. It is iconic. I'm not the biggest fan of the Vindicator designs though. I really like the last cannon Vindicator that the Horus Heresy has though. That's partly because I just don't really like Demolisher cannons. I think they're silly looking. Which might be a controversial statement. I am not sure. The suppressors and interceptors are my choice for troops. Yeah, they're really cool. I'm not the biggest... when I first got back into Warhammer, I was like, ooh, those interceptors look really cool. But since then, I'm a bit less, you know, caring for them, as it were. Like, I still like them. But they're like no longer my go-to. Both fit for mobile surgical strike, I think. Yeah, that's what I like about the... Every time someone complains about, you know, oh, the old Marines are so much nicer, Primaris, it's like... Or if you read even the old lore about how Space Marines were meant to act, I say the old lore, like the modern lore, so since they... So post-Rogue Trader days and stuff. The entire thing is, yeah, Space Marines were meant to be surgical strike. They hit hard, they hit very fast, and then they go elsewhere. It's kind of a blunt force surgical strike. It's like using a high precision scalpel that's never been sharpened. But still, I do sometimes think that the old versions of Marines and their vehicles just felt so slow, so bulky, and so outdated compared to even the Guardsmen. It's like people say, yeah, but the Imperium's meant to be backwards and stuff. It's like, yeah, but the Guardsmen feel faster and more mobile than the Space Marines. It feels the opposite way round. It's like Space Marines should be having the Chimera and the Lehman Russ tank, and Guardsmen should be getting the Predators and the Gavin. But yeah, I mean, the old Space Marines, the iconic in their own regard and stuff, I understand the love of them. And I still like a lot of it in my own regard. It's just the Primaris stuff definitely feels like it fits a lot more that the theme that
a
was
high-precision
always sold to me.
scalpel, except many of them encased in a shotgun shell, fired from a rotary barrel mini shotgun.
Yeet. Like, I don't mind Space Marines using flying bricks. It's silly, it's stupid, but that's what Warhammer is, to be honest. It's just when they've also got these bricks on the ground that are very slow. They're very slow, they're not very well armoured. And that's what the Predator, that's what the Rhino is. Or at least were, they were terrible. And even now they're not the most armoured thing still. It just didn't feel right for the Marines. It felt just like a relic from the Rogue Trader days when it was set in the Horus Heresy and Space Marines were a lot more shock troop style, and they weren't as elite as they are now. And again, as I said, that's not to say the old ones are bad or anything. It's just, I think it's about time that we finally got, you know, fast Space Marines, mobile Space Marines, with well-armoured, well-capable vehicles. But aren't exactly sluggish though. The Land Raider was the exception to that rule. And they were kind of sluggish. It's like, back in the day, like 5th, 6th edition kind of stuff, they were exception. Like the Rhino was so poorly armoured, a bolt gun could destroy it. And this was back in the day when armour values were a thing. So that means like a bolt gun couldn't even damage most of vehicles, but it could destroy a Rhino. When it came to them being sluggish, it's like, yeah, they were slow. In fact, the Land Raider was kind of very slow. Like when he compared it to much of a competition, they don't get any they didn't get any movement boosts or abilities, they didn't benefit from orders like Guardsmen did. They couldn't paint it red to go faster. Skill issue, honestly. The Land Raider was like the most heavily armoured vehicle. I will give them that. The Land Raider was always cool and always felt Space Marine-y. I feel like I'm using the wrong arms here. $42. No. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'm just using the wrong arms. What arms does this one suggest using? I don't know. Let's try this one. Why don't you even fit? There we go. Land Raiders had armor value 14 all around, which is like the highest armor of any vehicle. And the only other vehicle that was as well armored was the Monolith of the Necrons. So both were like super mobile bunkers. Okay, maybe that arm is just for silly arm. Why does nothing want to go with this? What? They both definitely don't go together. You two are close to feeling like you should go together. But it doesn't fit. Too wide. Why? And they're right next to one another on the sprue. Okay, 54 and 55. Those two should go together, right? It's not these two. That's these two. Why don't piece 54 and 55 work together? What? Different gun. We got a different gun. 79. 29. 53 here. Okay, so you go. So you think 54, 53, and 55 go together, right? Why doesn't this piece fit? Okay, maybe it fits like that. Yeah. I think if rhinos were base move 15 inches, they would be very good. Then make the armed variant 12 inches. A Razorback. A Razorback I didn't mind too much, especially since there wasn't a lot of other ways to get a las cannon. Like having a twin-linked las cannon or twin-linked heavy bolter on it gave it significantly more utility and ability to support the rest of the army compared to a rhino. Which I think people mostly took rhinos with the intent to get them destroyed on the battlefield, so that they'll block the enemy with the ruin, the wreckage. Okay, now I do not believe this would ever attach to this piece. In any way, shape, or form. Nope. No. 54 and 55. What's this other one? That's... Oh darn it, I accidentally cut off 45, not 53. I'm an idiot. Make them feel like Tank Destroyer Doctrine. While the Land Raider is a face tanking vehicle, that Vindicator obviously would bridge the gap. Yeah, that could be cool. I think the Rhino just needs something. Like, it's just never really had a reason to take it. Outside of using it as a piece of wreckage to just block the enemy's path. Which I suppose is fine. Just not amazing. You know? Okay, this. Oh gosh, that was way more health than it needed to be. There we go. Oh, needs to add a little thing. I can get the most amount of Marines up the board that fast. And that is all it really does. I like the Chaos version for the additional Havoc. Yeah, the Chaos version, getting the Havoc isn't actually too bad. It makes it very worthwhile getting hold of. Because it gets the Havoc and the Stormbolter now, which means it actually has a bit of, you know, cleaving capability. For, like, enemy infantry and stuff. Which I think is quite an important job to have. The normal Rhino, though, it's like, it's not fast. And at the moment, it's got a bit more speed on it. And I will give it that. Back in the day, it moved 6 inches. So it was slow. It was sluggish. It was basically a way of getting your... So how transports used to be is... everything, like, moved 6 inches. Every vehicle, everything. Unless it had a rule saying that it could move faster. Or some other way of being able to move faster. Which is exactly what Eldar vehicles and stuff had. It was a slow, sluggish vehicle. And the entire point is, it's meant to get you to the front line, protecting you from the enemy. That's like the entire job of it. And it was armor value was 11, 11, 10, I believe. So 11 front armor, 10, 11 side armor, 10 at the back. Compared to the 12, 11, or was it 12, 11, 10 armor of the Chimera? And so the Chimera transports more things because it could transport up to 12 models. It has a way of shooting out of it. It moves just as fast. It has better armor. It has a turret, multi-laser. It has a heavy stubble, which is better than a Stormbolter. And it has a heavy bolter on board. It does everything better than what a Rhino can do. And that's what the Imperial Guardsmen had. It's just better than a Rhino in every single respect. And in terms of points value, it's not that many more points. Marines running as fast as a Rhino is actually insane. Yeah, but that's just how it used to be, though. And even if it did move faster, it's not that great. Because, well, moving faster is only part of the, you know, the entire game. As it was taken, as I said, but that was just because back then, when a vehicle got destroyed, it became a wreckage unless it exploded, in which case it became a crater. And this was a way of... And explosions back then were way more deadly. So it was a way of just like throwing it at your enemy as just... Okay, this is now in your way, and if it explodes, which I hope it does, it's going to take out half of your army with it. Or take out half of what's around it with it. That was its main use, and that just felt so weird for Space Marines to do. Like, yeah, Space Marines would do something like that in lore and stuff. It's just, that should not be the primary tactic of a Space Marine with their primary transport vehicle. Now you got the Impulsor, which is much more cool. It moves a lot faster. It's just as vulnerable in terms of, yeah, it's a bit weaker, but it moves faster. It has the ability to shoot your opponents. Not shoot your opponents. That's the ability so you can shoot from inside it. It can have a missile array on it, which makes it a lot more powerful. It can have a heavy stubber on it, which is much better than a storm bolter. It can have a shield generator on it, or it can have a command thing on it. And that's just a whole load of things that just make it cooler. Hello, Tony. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Our day is going well. We'll be building some graphics dudes. And I'm finding a bit of issues with it. It's not the best in some regards. So, okay, which ones would go with 45? Okay, that's 47. So we need to find a 46 arm. 15, 38. Okay, I think that arm might be the 46 one, or one of these two. That seems to fit pretty nicely on it. What about this one? Oh, is that perfect? Not quite, I don't think. It does fit pretty well. How does the arm fit? Okay, I think this arm's definitely the right arm for this one. And by right arm, I mean the left arm. Okay, that seems correct. There you go. And is it this arm then? Oh, it could be. Or is it this arm? One of the two. Probably. Okay, I don't think it's that one. Yeah. Also, the Impulsor used to fly. It doesn't have a fly keyword anymore, but used to. I feel like it still should. I feel like they need to bring back hover keyword and not just hoverable. Because you used to have two types of units in terms of flying. Well, actually had multiple. You had jump packs versus jetpacks. Jetpacks basically gave you fly. Jump packs just allowed you to jump. And then you had hover, which stayed permanently floating. And stuff. You had a lot of different keywords. They definitely oversimplified it now, I feel like, compared to just... Sometimes you overcorrect. Before it was too complicated, now it might be a bit too simplified. I don't think the Impulsor has the fly rule. I know the Repulsors don't. And the Gladiators. Do 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 do. Yeah, I was one of those people though that back when I was a kid and stuff, I was like, why can't Space Marines fly? Or do you know, why don't we have the graph vehicles for them and the graph bikes back? when I found out that, like, the Dark Angel character who has a graph bike, I'm like, why can't we get the graph bikes back? And then rumours came about that we might get graph bikes. I'm like, yes. Yes! I've not got graph bikes, but we do have graph tanks. And there is something. The story with the White Scars guy, it specifically says of an Outrider variant, and people are now getting hyped that this might mean that we're going to get new Outriders, and alternatively new graph bike Outriders. I mean, it's about time that we get a new non-push fit Outrider unit though. Because it does kind of suck that we've got like absolutely no options. Because that's what makes the Outriders kind of suck at the moment. They don't have any options. And they still have no graph bike. Big sadage. Yeet. Although, as much as people complain about the ATV now, I think the ATV is way cooler and way nicer looking than the old attack bike. Have you seen the attack bike? Where you've it's just a bike with a sidecar in it. And it's got a multi-motor or whatever, and it looks so stupid. It looks like a little baby carriage on the side. You want graph bikes? You got custards. Or just play, what's it called? Horus Heresy. By the way, I am aware that, do you know where I put this? So it's at the back and not at the front. But it's meant to be at the front. I just think it looks cooler at the back. Like it makes them look aerodynamic. Or whatever. But yeah. Horus Heresy if we've got Space Marine graph bikes. It's about time that they make bike squads actually good. I think they're kind of hard to balance because, you know, they're tough and they're fast and they can have a lot of firepower on them. So it becomes tough to balance around them, especially when you start adding detachments. Although I do think people over-exaggerate how bad the bikes are. It's like, they're not bad. They're definitely a fireable unit. The main thing is though, if a unit doesn't have a really good way of dealing with tanks and vehicles and heavy things, it does inevitably make it kind of bad. Attention was not paid. Was cooking spaghetti. Oh, how's your spaghetti going? This guy's gonna have an Imperial Fist shoulder pad. Just for fun. There we go. And this shoulder pad so far hasn't killed me. Great success. Nice. I love me some spaghetti bolognese. I generally think simpler spaghetti bologneses are better than for overcomplicated ones. Like the best spaghetti bolognese I've had have always been like, you know, when you go to a restaurant or whatever, I've always been the cheaper ones. They don't try doing anything fancy with it. Like, you want the flavour of the meat to come through, and you want the flavour of the tomato to come through. Those are the two most important things. Everything is there, it's just to help accent the flavour, that's the word. It would kill you. Got onions in it. What's the first finger for in the pan? Oh. Oh, when I cook meat spaghetti, the first finger for in the pan is for meat. That being said, I don't. The other things I use are flavors and stuff. Or stuff you don't want to be in the direct heat of the pan by themselves. Because they'll just burn up. And onions, they can survive, can't they? No. Bolognese is very much a random thing in my family. No two are the same. Once the key ingredients are satisfied, you have no idea until it arrives what's in it. Oh gosh. What's in mine is usually a bit of coriander, a bit of paprika, some peppers, some salt, some sugar, tomato puree, chives, basil, oregano, and yeah, that's about it. It was bloody lovely. Once did a lamb mince one and proceeded to put mint jelly in it. Meat jelly. Oh. I only ever use beef mince in mine. Although I follow a very similar recipe with just a chicken tomato pasta sauce. But that just uses chunks of like roast chicken, usually pre-cooked roast chicken. Like sandwich meats. Okay, that looks about correct. I'm not a fan of mint in savoury foods. Feels very weird to me. Dokily dokily, what do I do? Okay, let's build this dude. chicken, chicken, chicken. Chicken, chicken, chicken. I might have a pasta sauce tomorrow. There we go. Oh. I made a, what's it called, a carbonara sauce a while ago. Except it was way too watery. But it was still really nice. It tasted like a proper restaurant one. I was like, oh yeah. It just didn't feel like one. Oh gosh. These heavy intercessors are a bit harder to build than I was expecting. I feel like every sergeant, at least in a Space Marine army, should have something going for them. Like, they should be able to have a special weapon or something. We're talking about Outriders just now. I think their chainswords hitting like heavy bolters on the charge is pretty good. Although I think giving it lance and +1 damage would be better. I think they can get lance, can't they? Like for a stratagem or something. Is that a stratagem or one of the detachments? Or is it a character that adds I swear there's like a way to give them lance. Or equivalent to lance. There's a lot of good things going for Outriders. First is the chainswords on the charge, hits very hard. You can put ATVs in the unit, which works very well. And the ATV benefits from the same charge bonuses. It just doesn't have the, what's it called? The 8 armor piercing that the chainswords do. And fact is they hit very hard with their guns as well. Like, the only thing that they're good against, though, is infantry. And that's what brings them down. Like, they're pretty tough. That's very nice. They should be tough. You'd expect them to do something like that. But it's... It's just the fact that Space Marines don't really lack the ability to deal with most enemy infantry. In fact, most enemy infantry units would struggle in melee against pretty much any Space Marine unit. Even melee specialist units of other factions. Or some other factions, not all of them. Stormline strat has lance. They gotta hit like a truck there. Yeah! I'm back. I ate pancakes. Yeah, destroy those pancakes. The enemies of a cupcake. I like how I've decided to give the most like moving legs. Like, look at this guy. He's the only one that's moving. Everyone else is like a wide stance ready to shoot with. And then I'm giving the heavy bolter to the guy who's just like, you know what? I'm just going to fire this casually if it's nothing to me. Are you stinky? No, I'm not stinky. I had a super nice bath yesterday and I washed my hair like a super deep clean of it, and now it's all frizzy. But it feels a lot better than... Is this blooming ear infection? Oh, that reminds me. This ear infection I've had to have before I get to my ears wet and stuff. out, cat. No! So mean. Why would he do something so unquestionably horrible? Yeah, the Outriders hit pretty hard in Stormlands. Because if they're strength 5, damage 2, AP -1, they get him +1 to wound. Black cat for Halloween. No, Halloween is in 2 days. You're getting +2 to wound. +1 to wound, sorry. So against all but the very heavy vehicles, you'll be wounding on 4s. Hits on 3s, wounds on 4s, -1 to your armor saves, you'll be usually down to a 3 or 4 plus save. And then each one hits for 2 damage. I think they get 4 attacks each, so a full squad of 6 will have, what, 24 attacks, 16 hit. Let's say it's a toughness 10 target. Oh no, toughness 10, sorry. They'll be wounding on 5s against. So you get 6 wounds, 4 plus armor save, let's say. Yeah, it's only doing about 6 damage, which is okay, depending on what you're going up against. It's just not great. Hi, Skaven Dan.
This isn't accurate. Surely a chat should swipe them all onto the floor.
Wait, swipe what onto the floor? No, don't swipe my models onto the floor. A cat, sorry. Oh, no, I'm not a cat. I just kind of look like one right now. There's a people misusing their cupcake magic. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I don't know how this is meant to be connecting. City autocorrect. Yee, city autocorrect. It's all streamer brained. Where we dropping, chat? I don't call you guys chat, do I? I just call you guys guys. I don't even call you cupcakes. I'm like, hi guys, how you doing? Never mind, what? You are. There you go. I go there? Maybe not. This is still here. Where does he even go? I'm gonna have to look at the box now. Heavy bolter. Goes round the back. I call my guys comrades. I should call everyone cupcakes, but you know, that just sounds like too much effort when you think about it. It requires me to remember stuff like one word to be replaced with other words. Actually, I don't even say guys. I say like everyone, dudes, guys,
Comrades,
people.
we are rushing be hurrah, for the glory of the Under Empire, hurrah.
The glory of the Under Empire. No. No! The rats cannot win. Okay, that looks fine. I guess. Give you the... Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Nice little back Templar shoulder pad. These even under and I doesn't stand a chance. They're all going to have to dance to win this day, it's true. Distraction dance. Oh. The favourite thing in what's it called though? It's not my favourite thing. If you've played Henry Stickmin, the distraction dance is always amazing. Thanks, I had a head pat. Yee. There we go. Yee. And the heavy bolt to stun. Roar! Okay, what was this heavy bolt to? 37. That's 31. That's 13. That's 39. Oh. And then we want 38. Yes. You're welcome. Can you answer my question? Which question, sorry? Which question? Oh, how many cats do I own? Sorry, I missed that one. I have 2 cats. They're both very, very cute. Although they both have well, one of them always peed everywhere. She marks the territory because unfortunately we got them as kittens just before COVID started, and then when we needed to spay them to stop that sort of stuff, the veterinarian clinics just weren't open and weren't doing them, so we went past the time where we could stop her from having that gland working. I was like, no. So now she sprays everywhere all the time. And now the other cats also started just peeing in the corner for attention. Cats and the number you own. Yeet. Cats are cute. I don't have the energy to care for them though. They're my parents' cats. I ended up like moving out, living by myself. I probably wouldn't get cats. Because I just don't have the energy to deal with animals. And to care for them. Barely have the energy to care for myself. That's what you get for being chronically ill. There you go. Fluffy, adorable loaves. Yeah! Fluffy, adorable loaves. Do. Lovely. Not exactly sure what I would do, like if something happened to my parents and then I'd be having to like permanently care for the cats. I think I'll just have to struggle through caring for them. Have to invite a friend to live with me or something, just to help care of the cats. Like you get free board and housing, but in exchange you need to care for the cats, please. What is your favourite painted model?
What is your favorite painted model?
Well, there's not many options of that, to be honest. Wait, how many do we actually have painted? We painted those 21 models. I've then got a Castellan that's painted. 5 Stern Guard that are painted. 3 Aggressors, an Apothecary Biologist. Captain Aladoric himself. And 5 Intercessors. Those are all my painted models at the moment. I'd have to say Alderic. He's not the best painted, but I just like his giant claw. And when you got a giant claw, you've got a giant claw. My mum used to have 7 cats. Oh, I've got my Dreadnought as well. Maybe my Dreadnought. My Dreadnought looks really cool. We've also got the Screamer Killer Carnifex, 5 Biophar, not Biophars, Barbagants, Neurolictor, and a Parasite of Mortrex. Parasite of Mortrex absolutely sucks. And that's not saying the Parasite of Mortrex sucks in general. I'm just saying my paint job of one of my Parasites of Mortrex sucks massively. You're welcome. There's a lot of spare shoulder pads in here. There we go. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Backpack's not on properly. I don't know if this guy's backpack want. There we go. Oh, Space Marines. Space Marines are the best. Good to see you. little relics. Or I like the idea that this guy who has like an Imperial Fist shoulder pad has like a little bone inside that relic thing. Is actually like an Imperial Fist that died. They fought alongside. That's like the lore for my guys with the Imperial Fist thing that they fought in the War of Arcadia. Or the following battles afterwards alongside the Imperial Fists. And they wear... And some of them choose to wear Imperial Fist shoulder pads as like a sign of honouring their brothers. I actually checked what a Cupcake Conjuror means in Finnish because I was bored. Oh no! I dropped a piece! Starting the exciting adventures of finding a piece on the floor. What's this? CPU is at 22%. GPU at 37%. Is it? Oh no, that's a lantern I've lost the other day though. Down here. Is this it? It is. And that piece we'll never see again. It's roughly translated to Cupcake Magician. I mean, that makes perfect sense. Because a conjurer is a magician. A conjurer is a magician. A magician is a conjurer of tricks. What I bring about those no who trick. It's a fact. It's a fact of the world, it is. It ain't no trick. It ain't no bother. Your summons Cupcake Atronachs. What? Oh. But if I wrote it in Finnish in chat, it'd be kind of funny to spell. I mean, obviously it would be because it's Finnish. The Finnish word for commander is komanta, beginning with a K. What other Finnish words do I know? I know a few, or should do in a theory. Because I wrote a book that uses Finnish words or stuff. Well, uses Finnish names, to be honest. Oh no, his hand just came off. And his arm. Oh, Cupcake Haikuri. That's a Finnish word for Cupcake Conjuror. Oh. Cupcake Haikuri. Down, down, no, no, no. Down, no, 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 no. Okay, there we go. Then I'm gonna. What do I want to do? Open a box. We'll build for other 5. We actually got it first try now. For some reason, Finnish reminds me a lot of Japanese, like when you make Japanese words, romanji. So effectively you spell from using English letters of a Roman alphabet. I always find that it sounds similar to Finnish, or looks similar to the way that you write Finnish. I know that when it comes to certain languages, like Turkic languages and stuff, because they're related quite strongly to Chinese, because of their proximity to China and stuff. Well, they're not the most strongly related to, but they do have some relation to them due to trade, borders, stuff like that. You don't necessarily think that of Turkey like it's near China, but you have to remember the Turkic people come from a more northern and easterly Asia originally. And go as far as Mongolia and China.
Cupcake Tower.
I have no idea what that says. Mailman. That means sometimes you have surprising language commonalities. I'll use this guy here. I think you're a cupcake destroyer of worlds. Yeah! And maker of cupcake worlds. There we go. The mailman is indeed destroyer of worlds. I knew it. The milishman! The milishman! If you've ever watched Carry On Spying, which is an old black and white Carry On film, from before they became as crazy as they later became. I absolutely love that film. And it's got this thing of a milishman. Wait. I wonder if there's any cool arms I can attach to these guys. There's a normal bolt pistol arm. Any like graphics arms on these upgrade spoos? Doesn't look like it. Neophyte arms. No. Alright, I want to go through my little baggies here. One of these has spare graphics parts in. Nope, not that one. This one. Multi-mounter, multi-mounter. Bolt pistol. Okay, that one's good. Okay, seeing if there's like any cool helmets in here. No, they're just all rather standard from what I can tell. That's a cool arm. Wait, there should be a bionic arm in here too. Because I swear I remember some of them having bionic on for pictures. Like, I definitely have a combat patrol pictures. Right. Oh no, they're not. I just thought they did. Because the arms painted silver. Ookily dookily. English making people confused. Funny thing is, Finnish has turned a bit rough, but English has improved. I'm confused. English making people confused about pronunciation for 1200 years. And here's to 1200 more. English isn't that old though. As a language. Like, when did the concept of English people come about? She had 1066. I can't remember, was it before or after 1066, whether it was like formalized England? But then what we would consider modern English didn't come around for like another few hundred years after that. As the different languages that made up Britain slowly fused together. So as French, Cornish, Welsh, Scottish Gaelic, or various different dialects and types of Gaelic, various Norse language and Germanic languages, all eventually just fused into just one big conglomeration language that is English. And even that's changed heavily. Oh gosh. I've made a right mess of this. Why doesn't it want to stick there? What's wrong? There you go. I think right, it's around 1066. You're back. Hi, back! And Cupcon. I still speak finely good Finnish and understand it, but my thoughts are being English. Oh. I never knew you were Finnish. Or did I know that? I would have to be north of 1066, roughly around 1300s, where you'd get something approaching it. I've heard some Old English and it just sounds like fancy German. Yeah, English didn't get formalized for a long time, like for written language. You have to remember, like written language, we mostly wrote in German for a very, not German, Latin for a very long time. The Welsh continued to write in Welsh for a very long time. The Scottish continued to write in Scottish Gaelic for a very long time. Some wrote in French and some wrote in German. Or some type of German language. And it wouldn't be until I think the first dictionary came along that... So you're looking at like the 1600s, really. Is it 16 or is it more 15? 14 or 1500s, something like that, with the first proper dictionary. And it was only like when we started formally writing in English. And even then, there were so many different types of dialects and different languages, it was barely the same language. In fact, even today, we have a version of English. It's not called Scots English, because Scots is for Scottish English. Was another version that is, I think it's for Northern England, like down to Manchester, not just north of like Manchester maybe, and Yorkshire, which is a type, it's considered a different language of English. And similarly, some of the Southern English dialects are considered basically their own language, separate from English almost. And it's quite funny. Like how linguists will change, well not change, but how linguists basically define the English language. It's a medieval English. Yeah, yeah. If you read Shakespeare, it's very, very different, but it's still understandably English. Although that's more Renaissance English. I'm not sure if there was much written medieval English, because most of the medieval time we were writing in Latin. And when we weren't writing in Latin, it was usually something like French, because of the Normans. We do have some people here who speak Old Yorkshire. It's very hard to understand if they speak fast. Yeah. I only ever learnt basically the Queen's English, as they say. I know I can understand Scottish English better than I can speak it. But it's like I don't naturally think with Scottish English. Like, I can't believe it, which means I cannot believe it. I think there's like a different version of it where you say canly or something like that, and it basically means I can hardly, which is slightly different from cannot believe it. You can still believe it, you just hardly believe it. Can you believe it? But that's like a very standard one that like everyone knows. Maybe I don't want it held up like that. Maybe I want it. Actually, you know what? I don't want that one. I want him not having his... You know that thing where switching to your sidearms faster than reloading? That's what we'll do. The Canterbury Tales by Culture was the first book written in medieval English. Ooh. I make an Imperial Fist. No. I'm making Black Templar. Just some of them have the Imperial Fist icon for fun. Remember, switching to your sidearms faster than reloading. This weapon doesn't have a case in it. A magazine. Sorry. What I do. Wait, I don't really like how that's looking. It looks really weird. With a weapon like that, it needs to be... No, it needs to be hanging at the side. Like that. That's better. That's better. He's shooting out at somebody. Switch into your sidearms. Faster than reloading. Draw first, then coward. Real men can freehand the symbol. No, because I've got some Imperial. I've got an Imperial Fist. Well, half an Imperial Fist upgrade sprue from the Imperial Fist Combat Patrol. And I'm just making use of it. I wonder, is there any cool heads in here? What's a cool head? I've lost it now. What's a specific one I wanted? I go for Tech Marine head. I'll go with a Tech Marine head. That looks cool. Yeet. The red ones taste like cherries. I've read some, what's it called, medieval English. That's definitely like more German sounding. Or I can barely recognise it because it's got like strong Welsh accents to it as well. We'll put purity on this pistol. I want to make each sergeant feel unique. For their own squad. And very clearly stand out as sergeants. So I'm thinking, this comes with a special set of purity seals where it's 2 purity seals together. And I'm thinking those are what we will use most to definitely make sure that somebody is denoted as a sergeant. Good old Welsh being afraid of fowls. I'm not afraid of fowlers though. I love the fowlers do for Welsh. I just also love the consonants a little bit more. My mother can speak a little bit of Welsh, or she used to be able to, because that's where she grew up. She grew up in the land of the sheep people. I grew up in the land down under. Do. Now thinking of the valleys, they love those fowlers. Not so much. There's still a few places in Europe where Old English is still spoken. I think around Flanders and some parts of Norway. Oh. Some parts of Norway. Do. Did I say Norway? Normandy. I just when I was singing that, did I say Norway? Normandy. Normandy! Cornish is weird, like if you look at the history of Britain. Jesters are your favourite. The dyslexic plus her trying to do an accent and no chat is being read. Correctly? I'm not trying to do an accent. You're trying to do an accent. I actually have no idea what's become of my speech. I'm just speaking weirdly. Oh, I come from land down under. Forget all and then I've just become overly aware of the way I'm speaking. I just made it weird. Find your very close rope till you start speaking Welsh. No, Welsh has a very weird accent. I can't do a Welsh accent. Because it's very singy-songy as Welsh. La-di-da. Like, it's very... And I have to, like, go... Welsh is, like, spoken in a... Oh, the Welsh accent is, like, spoken in a higher pitch, I feel like. Like, you have to pitch yourself up. It's like you start and end of this sentence on a higher note. And as a result, it has like these ups and downs in the way in its speech pattern. I understand a lot of accents better than I can actually speak them. Because I did try doing vocal training and stuff. So I ended up like learning a lot about that type of stuff. But then I struggle controlling my voice very well. In that regard. I can do like certain tones quite well. But I have to like put myself into just a single tone. Like, I can, I've got quite a strong range of I can speak very high pitch. And I can speak very deep. I can go gravelly and, I shall adopt the chat of Knights of Cuptopia. The Knights of Cuptopia are a great, great people. Until the demon of Cuptopia appeared and shut down all of the knights. Wee 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 wee. Sorry, there's an arm outside. Big love, thank you for the big love. You were expecting it to throw a glove full of bees, weren't you, Talan? Can you hear that alarm outside? Very weird. Now I was expecting many tiny gloves. Oh my gosh, why is the car alarm going off? That one doesn't go on that side. I wonder if a larger shoulder pads can fit on. Like these ones. Or if it's a new... Oh wait, it does kind of fit. No, it doesn't. It doesn't fit at all. I come for the land down under. And so listen to Okay, I think the alarm's finished. Hi Adam, how you doing? What do you think about the White Scars Combat Patrol? It's the one combat patrol of all the new ones, other than the Ultramarines ones, I didn't get. In part because I already have 9 bikes and 3 ATVs. So I don't really need it. And the Intercessors and the Impulsors are fine, and the Commando's fine, but I don't really have something for him to be in my army lists. Other than that, it's fine. The savings were... I went through it in that video, but I can't remember exactly what the savings are. If I remember off the top of my head, it's £20 for the 5 Intercessors. I presumed it would be roughly around £27 for him, the character. Or is it 32? We'll just say 30. That's £50 plus the bikes. I think that's like another £40. That's 90. Yeah, it wasn't great savings. It was fine savings. There's also iron. I do love the Iron Hands one. This is I bought 2 of the Iron Hands one. It's the only one I bought 2 of. Mostly because I just have a lot of use for it. I need a lot of graphics and I need a lot of Sevo-turrets, so I was very happy about it. I needed a lot of Tech Marine Priests too. Hi Kill4707, how you doing? Another Combat Patrol feature in the video on the channel, check it out. Yeah, I went through like every single Combat Patrol, like how well they were doing the Combat Patrol setting. How good are they in terms of savings, and the last was how good are they, like how to start with. Oh, and just like bonuses to your army. Having a very unique looking character in the Combat Patrol for the White Scars, I think is a bit of a downside, because it means you can't really buy multiple of them. Otherwise it's an okay Combat Patrol. I don't really have anything terrible to say about it. Mine would be for Blood Angels with Sanguinary Guard. Black Templars 2. What do you think about the Deathwatch combat? Does Deathwatch have a combat patrol? I don't think they do. Or at least not currently. Unless it's just been announced or something. Let's check what's on the website. No, just blood duo stuff there. Sorry about the blinding white. Here we got Warhammer 40k, Space Marines, Deathwatch. Yeah, they don't have a combat patrol. Not for the moment. Yeah, right, it's got 5 intercessors, that's 20 quid there. Impulsor is, I think it's 50 quid for the Impulsor. There it is, 55, so that's £75 value plus the... Where's the Outriders? Did we go past the Outriders? Probably. Oh, £35.50 for the chaplain. So that's £110.50 value. £150.50 value. Yeah, so it's an okay combat patrol in terms of savings. Not terrible. But if I got a dice haven't sold yet, oh my goodness. It would be nice if it came with the upgrade sprue, but that's what I think about all of them. They should have an upgrade sprue. The character's a really nice character, and it's nice that it comes with a combat patrol. That's like, so if you want to start out with White Scars, it just kind of sucks if you want to get more than one of them. Because he would be hard to convert to something else that doesn't just definitely look like him. I heard they had a kill team which sold out quickly, hard to find it. But kill team's not yet been released. They had a tomb world. So if we go to more other games, kill team, shop hall. Yeah, I think it's no longer on the website. Unless it's down here. Yeah, it was a Tomb World Kill Team box set. So it came with both a Necron Kill Team and the Deathwatch Kill Team. As well as some terrain, which was pretty cool. And but those things always sell out really quickly. Not always, actually, but most of the time they sell out rather quickly. Because it's just the nature of the kill team stuff. You get some it's really good savings. You get rurals, you get 2 kill teams. And you get some generally quite cool terrain. It's like I bought the Ravenous one with a Servant to Battleclade, mostly just because I wanted the Ravenous and Tyrannid terrain. I bought the one with the Tempestus Aquilians, mostly just for the terrain. And I got the one with the Sanctifiers, again, for the big old statue that came with it, and for the Sanctifiers. In fact, of my kill team focus, the only other Thespid Stingwings I've built is this guy. I still need to get round to the other 9. I built the Tempestus Aquilians pretty quickly because I thought they were cool. And I think the Thespid are cool, I just don't have a Tau army. So I've not got a lot of incentive to build them. Some scalpers literally sold it for 160 to 200 per round. Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid that people pay scalpers that money for them when the individual parts of it will be released anyway soon for probably much less. That being said, it's been a long time between releasing it, and I think it's because they had some issues or something. So that's one of it's been delayed quite a bit, the individual releases. But they just released the rules for them not too long ago, so we should be expecting the individual releases like maybe next week. But yeah, the Terminus thing sold out very quickly, but it's listed as only temporarily out of stock for new Terminator stuff. So that means it's very likely to be reprinted again and come back into stock. It will just be a while. Not that I think it's much savings, to be honest. It's £155 for £120 worth of Terminators and 3 characters. One of which is a cool new character. And 2 of them are kind of boring characters who have been around for a while.
Nobody likes Terminators.
Everyone loves Terminators. I'm building 100 of them. Half of my Deathwatch Combat Patrol has made what would probably be Legends now anyway. Actually, none of the Deathwatch are Legends at the moment, as far as I'm aware. If you go onto the Deathwatch faction list, you can find all the cool stuff there. You got the Spectrus kill team, you've got a lot of kill teams there, none of them are Legends yet. It looks like the Death Guard veterans, not Death Guard, Deathwatch veterans are going to become Legends. Because they're no longer selling them and they're going to be replaced by the new kill team. And the rules of the new kill team mirrors the Deathwatch veterans. But that's just makes sense. You can kind of expect that to happen. Because the new kill team is effectively replacing the old veterans. Meanwhile, the Indomitus kill team, the Spectrus kill team and stuff like that, they aren't Legends because they're just made using normal Space Marines. Just give them Deathwatch upgrades. I've seen the Saturnine Terminators selling for 200 in some countries. I don't know why. It depends. Some countries get Warhammers just really expensive in because of the entire shipping to them of limited distribution. But Saturnine Terminators aren't exactly they're just a model that you can guarantee is going to come back into stock. I've ordered a starter kit with Terminator Captain and Tyrannid. Should arrive in a couple of days. Ooh, Yeet! I really like the Terminator Captain from that starter set. I think it's a lot cooler than the standard Terminator Captain. Although personally, what I would do is replace his power sword with a power fist. And I'd also replace the Terminator Sergeant with a power fist, because power swords kind of suck on the Terminators. That being said, if they upgrade the Terminators to have like a mastercrafted power sword, it'll be worthwhile. Because that'll give them +2 damage. It'll give them damage 2 instead of damage 1. And then with more attacks, it wouldn't be the worst thing to get hold of. Just at the moment, I don't think it's a mastercrafted power sword, so it's just straight up just worse than a power fist. Because they did that with the Sword Brethren in the Crusader squad. The Sword Brethren in the Crusader squad always sucked because he only got 3 attacks. And it was a standard power sword, so it was only 1 damage. It was just straight up worse than the power fist models, and arguably worse than just taking a chainsword, which gave you more attacks. Now they get more attacks and the damage too. And arguably, you should build them the way you want them to look, to be honest, though. Rules change and you could always just do count-sass. If you want it to have a power fist, just tell your opponent that it counts as a power fist. Just go with what you think looks good. And rules aren't forever, they change, they're constantly whatever, your models though. I like the captain, but I may see if I remove a dead Tyrannid on his base he's standing on. Or you can do that, you don't need to put him on. I like the dead Tyrannid. The Carnifex is part of a Screamer killer, I believe. I've got 2 of his model. One of them I converted into a ancient that I do want to replace this blooming power fist because I did a really bad job of changing it. And one of them is a... Also, I kind of need to put him onto a smaller base. Because I thought ancients were on the same base as the captain, but it turned out they're on a smaller base. Although actually no, the new ancient, I don't know what size base it is on. It might be the same as the captain's, I'll have to check. But where's my captain that I converted? Give me a moment. Oh. This is my captain. There he is. I gave him a normal Terminator head. A bunch of purity seals. Kept, I think, the Stormbolt that comes with him. More purity seals. Little burny things on top. Gave him a power fist storm. Wait, is this power fist coming off? Oh, it looks like it is. Ooh, might have to reattach it. Might have to break him apart. I didn't realise it was. It's only when I was looking at it from that angle. See, you can see that line. It's not attached properly. I missed that before. He's got a little pat thing in his hand. Yeah, it's barely attached. Yeah, there we go. It should be like sitting like that. More stuff got knocked when I was putting it together. Because it was only connected by a tiny little bit there. So it came off so easily. There we go. No, it's coming off again. Drop it down. How's that? Nope, it's coming off. Might need to file it down at this way. I didn't realise, but it's actually Captain Angerman of the First Company who's been in some of the novels I've read. Oh, that's interesting. Is he dead then? Because if you've seen the trailer, or is he still around? There we go. That's a bit better. Need to hold it in place for a little bit longer. And put some green stuff. Line filler on it. That looks better. There we go. Yeah, because if the Tyranid, actually, I don't know how canonical it is, but do you know the Leviathan trailer where it revealed all of the models and it's like got a cool animation? Like all of the Space Marines there were basically killed, except the one lieutenant. I say if we were killed, I don't think we saw on screen the captain die. I think the library, everything else we basically see, you know, well, some of them, or it's heavily implied, but a lot of them seem to have died. But I never knew that they were meant to be like named Marines or something. I just assumed that they're like kind of unnamed Marines. Still Alive, I think, may have been promoted like Kato. There's a Joy Toy model of him that matches the miniature. Oh, okay, then he survived. That's cool. Either that or that's just not a lore accurate thing for trailer. I kind of want, you know, every chapter, I feel like, of the first founding chapters needs to have their own unique unit. At least one unique unit. Preferably, I think they should have two. They should have a special Honor Guard unit and then their own unique unit. I think for Ultramarines, their Honor Guard unit is a Victrix Guard, and then they should have what's it
Space
called?
Marines, taking an L. Don't tease me, be still my beating heart.
No, watch the Leviathan trailer. After this stream, watch the Leviathan trailer. You'll see it. But then they can have the Tyrannic War Veterans as their unique unit. Like they used to. They used to have the Tyrannic War Veterans. Don't know what happened to them. It'd be really cool to get them back. Although I used to be able to put them in like any army. It wasn't just the Ultramarines that were veterans of the Tyrannic Wars. For Salamanders, they have their own unique Terminator group. It'd be cool to get like White Scars having a unique biker squad and then a unique like Honor Guard squad, and you could just have that as one unit. And it can just be built in two ways, either as the unique White Scar squad or as the White Scar bodyguard unit. All got ate by bugs, that's what happened to the Tyrannic War Vets. Actually, they're probably all in Death Watch now. No, the Tyrannic War Vets, I think there was in either Dark Imperium, I do know that series of books. I think it was mentioned there what happened to them. Gulliman basically saw them and was like, that goes against the Codex Astartes. I like them. And like gave them all the resources they needed and stuff. Oh my gosh, the pretty aggressive mode lining on this set of models for some reason compared to the other one. But I'm too lazy, can't be bothered fixing it. But yeah, Space Marines seemingly took an L, as they say. The only Tyrannic War veteran that we have now as a model is the one lieutenant, who do you know has the lone operative ability. And well has tyrannic parts on his body. I don't know if they ever sold Tyrannic War veteran models. I can't remember if they did or didn't. I know that they had the Tyrannic War veteran units. And they had conversions with like Tyrannid pieces on them. Like official conversions in the Codex and in the White Dwarves and stuff. With the Warhammer community page and Warhammer Plus, White Dwarf seems less of a thing at the moment. Like a lot of the reasons you used to buy White Dwarfs feels like there's not there. Actually, I used to love reading battle reports as a kid from the White Dwarf stuff. I've tried watching a few video battle reports and stuff, or like playing the game, and I've just not gotten into them to the same extent. The only exception to that is the Sorp battle report with the Battle of Calth and his Dawn of War games and Lord of the Rings games. I'm like, yeah, these are cool. And then you always had some other players going, near those battle reports was stupid. Like, who even makes such moves? I'm like, what do you
Brother,
mean?
this
It's
needs to
fun.
stop. But I'm one hunt away from my true charged / Tyrannid set. Yes, this is a 40k cross Monster Hunter reference.
Yeet. Look, that was actually a thing they did. No, Tyrannic War veterans were like Sternguard, in a way, and like Sternguard, they could have special bolt guns and stuff, like Xenos killing capabilities, but all of their abilities were like specifically anti-Tyrannid, rather than anti-Xenos, or anti-infantry or anti-monster. It was just anti-Tyrannid. I think the current rules for them are like anti-Xenos or anti-monster and stuff like that. So they're not just bullying Tyrannids all the time. Which in some regards is interesting. Oh my gosh, I need more shoulder pads for Graphis. I'm going through them. Okay, another heavy bolter. See, if I wear the hides of a Xenos, I also imbue a measure of their faux power. It worked for Grey Knights after all. Well, that's not what it is. It's they specifically like had Xenos hunting methods. Or Tyrannid hunting methods. And that's what it's meant to represent. So they use like special anti-Tyrannid guns and stuff. Or at least that's kind of how you're meant to see it. 37... 39... And then 58, 46, 55, 38. Here we go. So, guys, like the Stern Guard had, it wasn't like special guns they used, it was instead special bolt rounds they used. And each one did a different thing. And well, the Tyrannic War veterans had a very specific compound designed to kill Tyranids with their bolt guns. That was cool. But, oh my gosh, Space Marines sucked back then. You didn't want to play Space Marines. When you did, you just struggled with them. You're paying way more points. Like, they're more expensive than they are now, points-wise, and they were nowhere near as good as they are now. Whereas back in the day where Guardsmen could reliably kill Orcs. Wait. Oh, darn it, that was 6, not... Hellfire round, yeah. The Death Watch use it now, name escapes me, mutagenic acids. Yeah. Just had to rewatch the Leviathan trailer. You see the captain teleports in and he's still fighting at the end of the trailer with some Marines. Yeah. And he's like charging into a Warrior Prime, I believe. The Warrior Prime in there is way more powerful than it is in any lore. I've read of a Warrior Prime, like it rips open a Terminator and it's like... I don't think it can even do that in the game. I mean, it has a chance of killing a Terminator in like one round of combat. But the likelihood of it doing so is relatively low. And it's just like ripping a Terminator in half if it's nothing in the trailer. And then you read lore, other lore and stuff with the Tyranid Warrior Prime, and it's like, yeah, they're kind of cool, but they're not that cool. They're not that powerful. Like, yes, they could overwhelm a Terminator and kill them, but cutting them in half, that's a bit... You know, crazy train overpowered. Well, not overpowered, but something you're not likely to see. Okay, I've got another upgrade sprue here. I'm gonna have to buy like 10 more upgrade sprues. Oh my goodness, we do not have enough shoulder pads. Yeah, we only have 6 shoulder pads for Grappers Marines in here. Got to see if people are selling the shoulder pads on eBay at a decent price. Unlikely. Got 6 shoulder pads, another 6 Marines. I don't know why they only sell 6 of them in a single. Like that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6. You'd think they'd at least put 10 of them in the box set so that you had enough for an entire squad of heavy. Well, I guess it's for the Eradicators and for the Aggressors. Well, you can always use a Black Templar transfer sheet to, you know, on your other guys. But I prefer not using transfer. I'm not a big fan of transfers. I should really try using them again. Last time I tried using them I was a little kid. So... Okay, that's 6 against 45, 53, 7, 29. I guess I could go on to 7 then. Hey yo, Quadro, how you doing? 6 attacks, hits and 2, strength 7 after synapse, doesn't matter against Terminators. AP -1, 2 damage. Let's turn that into averages. 6 attacks, hits and 2s, 5 hits. Strength 7 against toughness 5, you're wounding on 3s. So that means you're down to roughly 3 successful wounds. And then they get a 3+ save, you get in 1 wound in, they have 3 wounds. Averages are you're not killing a Terminator. If we're going to go with more accurate averages, it's 1 miss with 2s. I mean, you got a decent chance-ish, but ripping it in half just suggests that you're like killing it very, very easily. Where it's like, you have to roll above average to even kill it, let alone get like a slaughtering kill like that. So 6 attacks, 5 go through, wounding on 3s, so that's 2 out of 3, that's 10 over 3, saving on 3s, so that's 1 out of 3, that's 10 over 9, 2 damage, that's 20 over 9. That's 2 and less than a 3rd wound. 2 and 2/9 of a wound. Terminator, on the other hand, is getting, what is it, 3 attacks? Hits on 3s, wounds on 3s, -2 to your armor save, damage 2. Or is it 4 attacks on a Terminator? Can't remember how much a Power Fist does to it. So yeah, a Tyranid Warrior Prime should kill a single Terminator over a range of combat. And if you get extra AP, they have a 4+ invulnerable save. Yeah, so you're actually probably not killing a Terminator. Not in a single round of combat. Meanwhile, what rules do Terminators get? New recruit. They don't have like any super tough abilities. Revengeful veterans, my Terminator army. Terminator squad. Go here. Okay, it's Chaplain. Oh no, wait. Yeah, that's the Chaplain again. Each time an enemy unit within engagement range fall back, they must take desperate escape tests. Oh yeah, this is for Black Templar ones. Oh yeah, so they get 3 attacks. They'll hit on 3s, that's 2, wound on 3s, that's 4/3. Save on a... What's the Tyranid Prime armor save? Is it 3+? Where is it? Here we go. Do, 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 do. You get 6 wounds. 4+ save, so you're down to a 6+ save. What did we say? 4/3, 6+ saves. That's 5 out to 6. That's 20 over 18. Damage to that's 40 over 18. Basically doing just over 2 damage to it. You're both doing 2 damage to one another. So over 2 rounds of combat, the Tyranid Prime would beat the Terminator, but potentially suffer up to 4 wounds if we're going with averages, depending on who fights first. So the idea that it can just go up to a Terminator and easily whip it in half is a little bit crazy. If you're adding for sustained hits with a Tyranid Warrior Prime, so it's leading a unit, then its chances of killing a Terminator actually go up because it will get the sustained hits. On average, it will get 1 extra attack, so that means it will get 6 hits through, which will become 4 wounds. No, not 6 hits, which will become... Yeah, 4 wounds. And then it will fail 2, so on average it will die, as long as the Tyranid Warrior Prime can get its sustained hits. But that's only if it's leading a unit. And in the trailer, it wasn't. Oh, shock horror. Thank you for the drink by the wake. So yeah, it's not a big it's not like a massive oversight or anything. It's just always makes me laugh looking at the Tyranid, what Prime just ripping open Terminator like that. And then you get other lore where it's just like, nah, Tyranid Warrior Prime suck. Like, remember when we were reading about the Prime in the Codex? And this is not Codex, a Combat Patrol magazine, and just a random sergeant killed the Prime in melee with a combat knife. Not even a chainsaw or a power fist. And it's like, yeah, that does not make sense. So and they even make a point that the squad didn't help him kill the Prime. Stormbolt does so need to be given the pistol special rule though. I think it will make Terminator significantly worthwhile taking. I say significantly, more worthwhile taking. Yeah. Captain would easily... Oh no. I don't know what to think of Tyranid. Okay, this is the captain, and I think I want to give him like the Auspex on his little person hanging off his belt. There we go. I just want to give these people pistols. What's your favourite Tyrannid though? Mine might be the Neurolictor. Or the Screamer Killer. It's one of those two. Hard to choose between them. I do like the Nero Tyrant as well, and the new Ravenous. And the Male Scepter's also cool. I do like that thing. Did the... what's it called? The Heavy Bolters, not Heavy Bolters, the Heavy Intercessors? Did they used to have like different rules or different guns? Because there's like 3 different ways that you can equip them with either a big old barrel, a normal magazine, or this weird thing that has like a little skull on it. If you're not, you can see a tiny little skull on that thing. And crossbones, suggesting they're firing toxic stuff at you. Stern Guard gotta be one of my favourite army units right now. Actually, wait a minute. Stern Guard might be my favourite for the Space Marine unit. I just thought. Because I do love me some Stern Guard. Down, 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 down. Tau has to be the Riptide of a Ghost Kill. It doesn't have to be, because I do like recruit stuff. I just feel like we need to get to more recruit stuff back. Like give us the what's it called, the giant Kroot again. The giant Kroot tops. There we go. Okay, we only got 10 heavy intercessors done because the kit was a bit more complicated and messy than I was expecting. I don't know many Tyranids. Don't know many of the Tyranids types by sight, but the Zoanthropes always stand out to me as interesting. Oh yeah, I love the Zoanthropes as well. They used to be my favourite ones. Actually, it might still be. Oh, I love the Narn. What is it? The Narn Emissary, or is it the Narn Assimilate? One of those 2 Narns. The psychic-y one. I love those. Basically, almost all my favourite nids come down to just being the psychic ones. Favourite Eldar have to be the Corsairs, though. I used to love the old metal, you know, Death Reaper models, whatever they're called. The ones like with a big old missile launchers. But I'm not a big fan of a plastic version. And Swooping Hawks are cool. Warp Spiders are okay. Die Avengers, who standard guardsmen good. I like all of the Wraith units. But overall, I think the Corsairs are just super cool models and just super cool units in general to have. Harlequins have to be like winning the most difficult to paint competition of any model ever. Oh gosh, I just whacked my microphone and apologise. Oh gosh. fit the sprues into this box? Am I fitting over twice as many sprues as meant to be in the box? Yes. Am I going to succeed? It looks like I may. No, never mind. If we take those out though. We take the little sheets. Does it fit in? Oh my gosh, it fits! Just kind of. Yeah, whatever. Oh. There we go. Box. We got some transfers. The transfers are still really difficult to see. Imperial Fist transfers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, Ultramarines, Raptors. Raptors! They're not Raven Guard, they're Raptors! Oh my gosh, I never realised that. Lieutenant, Tech Marine, Chaplain, Apothecary transfers? Ooh. Never really looked at these transfer sheets properly. Campaign badges. I guess that is a cool thing about transfers. You can put them on after they're already painted. I wonder if the tiny little text there are actually have, you know, readable writing on them. Or at least once did. But we got the Templar things here. So many cool... Oh, the like chains. Oh, Chaplain markings, Apothecary markings, Tech Marine markings. Oh. That's cool. Okay, this little sheet can go flying over there to be thrown away. And these two sprues can go over here to be cut up. But yeah, it looks like I have 30 more Graphis dudes to build. We only got 10 built, but we also got this cool guy built. Look how angry he is. He looks so angry. Oh, a little bit of love on my glove. But look, he's an angry dude. And he's very pure though. He's just pure anger. Pure anger and hatred he is. Yeah, we couldn't get that quite working right on the back. Yeah, sometimes you're just trying to put model bits together and they just don't go together very well. It happens. But it's fine. It's just a damaged backpack. He's a very experienced lieutenant. Why do I get a feeling that painting for Harlequins is easier? Painting for colours first, then black lining in the pattern? Probably is easier to do it like that. But I'm trying to think of like the ways that you'd paint them. Yeah, it's probably easier to do for colours. Then black line for pattern. And then go over the different model pieces with the colours you want. But we got 2 squads of 10. 2 squads of 5, sorry. Got a nice colour gradient for make the diamond pattern. Yeah. Okay, does he look like a sergeant? He's got a pistol. He's got the R-specs. He's got a whole load of purity seals. Compare it to him. Yeah, this guy feels much more sergeant. Oh my gosh, look at the aggressive mode line there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, mode line on these ones is comparative. This is the ones that came in the Imperial Fist box set. This is the ones that came in a separate box set. I think if there's not aggressive mode lining, Yeah, I don't think then. Like, this combat patrol wasn't just having stuff. They had to print new stuff for this thing, and they had to get a new mode for it. Because generally, when you see the aggressive mode lining, it's because it's an old mode that needs replacing. And since these are much, much older models than these ones, because I bought these like months and months ago, it just took me a long time to get around to building them. So that means in the meantime, I think they've replaced the mode on it and they reprinted a bunch more models specifically for the combat patrol. Or maybe not specifically for them, but you know, it's not just repackaging old stock. Yeah, this mode line's so aggressive, I need to get rid of it. Painting straight lines is the hardest skill in the world. It's mostly how about you hold the model more than how you paint the line. It depends, like if it's a very small one, I imagine it can be very, very difficult. But as someone who struggles to do straight lines even in the digital art and stuff, I can definitely see why it would be a difficult thing to do. I just don't think I'd paint them like that, to be honest. I think I'd paint them like still very colourful, just I'd focus on like parts and panels of a model being different colours. It depends. If there's like a texture on the model that I can work with, that'll make it a lot easier. Like, if we look at the Harlequins quickly. Don't forget to like the stream if you've not liked it already. Let's just quickly look at some Harlequins. There we go. Oh, I just want to close that. Warhammer 40k, Xenos, Eldari. I keep getting surprised when Dark Elder just appearing for Eldari section. Okay, here we go. Is that a textured pattern on them? It's hard to see. Don't see a texture, don't see a texture. See what looks like bones or something. Maybe that is the texture. It's hard to tell on these images. Not like one there or there. Oh no, let's look at this. Oh yeah, that is a texture then. No, it's not. So that's not a texture, that's something you have to paint by hand. Definitely. Yeah, that would be very difficult. It's not just a straight line, it's lots of curve. Like, that's not a straight line, that's a curving line around each time. What we're doing, we're looking at how we'd have to paint these guys. And if we look at that chest piece, it's this one here, I think. That chest piece looks... Yeah, that looks very similar to this one. So yeah, they don't have any texture there, so that is definitely freehanding it. That's insane. I'd rather free... No, we're not. We're just like, how difficult are Harlequins to paint? And I'm saying if this was like a physical texture that was on them, so all of these squares, like they had indentations where the black lines are, I think then it would be easier to... It would be very time consuming to paint, but it'd be a lot easier to paint. Because then all you'd have to do is paint the squares. And then you could just use like black ink or neon oil or something to fill in all the gaps. Alternatively, they come with a transfer sheet that can do it. Oh, it's stupid. That's insane. The funny thing is that most of the time, when they show models and stuff that they've painted, one of the reasons why people don't like the paint schemes sometimes, and why paint schemes sometimes make a model look worse, is that they purposely try painting the model in a way that shows you exactly what you're getting. They don't like adding extra detail that's not fair on the physical model. Like, that's why they don't add a lot of dirt and grime to the models either. Or like battle damage painted on. Just in case it makes people think there's details that aren't there. Like, and generally when you get things like this, it's because it's a transfer. Does it show the transfers? No, it doesn't show the transfers. Is there a transfer in here? Yeah, you get a bunch of transfers to it. They don't like showing off freehanding skill within it either. Or even if it is free-handed painted on, there's transfers in the kits that you can in theory do this with. As I say, easiest way would be to go from red to yellow, for example, and then just paint the black lines over it into a pattern. Yeah. Probably. We go to the Harlequins again. I think what I'd have to do, if I was doing this, I'd have to paint like a black line. Black and red lines one direction. Or, no, not black and red. White and red lines like one direction or something. Then have like blue and yellow lines just striping across the other direction and make it that way. So then it would have 4 different colours on it, and it will make the square patterns by the different stripes overlaying one another. And then I'll just black line in between them all. Actually, I might even put the black line on. Oh yeah, that would just be horrible. And you'd have to have a very, very small brush for this. Or like a tiny pen. Oh, Harlequins are crazy. Because I was reading about like how they paint the models and stuff of a whatever, and they want to paint them well, but also not add extra depth or detail that's not necessarily there. It's the same, like this is a really nice model, but all they've done is effectively coloured in textures and stuff that are already there. And this is one of the reasons why sometimes they kind of look so flat. And if you compare that to the like Horus Heresy stuff, especially like resin models, especially older resin models, from before they did that, like all of the Primarchs have a different paint style to them, especially for older Primarchs. No, you have to open in a new window to prevent it resetting your photos. Like, who are the really old models? Like, oh, these are older models, I think. Or are they newer models? I don't know. Oh, now I need to just find the old models so I can show you what I'm talking about. Is he one of the older ones? Might be. Oh yeah, the paint schemes over here are a bit more different. They're a lot more adding dirt and grime and trying to add like a bit of realism to them. It would be a lot of work considering the faction is all infantry models, but the insane clown posse deserves it. But one thing I have to say about the Harlequins is they are very expensive points-wise, so you don't need that many models to have a decent army. Oh, here we go. He's an older model, I think. It's already such a detailed model, they don't need to add in extra detail. I think they have with the way they painted like the stuff down here. It's also one of the things they do, like when they're doing stuff for not displaying like the plastic 40k miniatures, they'll do a lot more of trying to like show off skin texture and painting and stuff. And you can see a lot more of like how good their painting skills are. So anyway, yeah, so I'm getting distracted here. It's like, I think these are older too, aren't they? Yeah. Like you see these things, they like adding a lot more dirt and grime and discoloration in the paint schemes and stuff. And adding shadows as well. But it's just one of the things of when they're painting for the heavy metal paint style for the shop images, they have to paint it in a very specific style. And it's just unusual because the Harlequins kind of break some of the rules that they said they had. It's like, yeah, that's a hell of a lot of detail they decided to paint into that doesn't actually exist on the model. But that's the official paint scheme. I bought a blue shade paint to enhance the details of my models. I also need to practice edge highlighting again. Last time the lines ended up too fake. Yeah, I have that issue. In fact, let me get some models. There we go. These are models are painted at different times. There we go. And it's like him, I wasn't really thinking about edge highlighting at all. I was just thinking about trying to get some... Oh my gosh, he looks so weird there for some reason. Do I need that light on? No, I don't have it on. I wasn't thinking about edge highlighting at all when painting him. I was just thinking about adding like battle wear and tear. Unfortunately, I think it might be the sharpness of the image is a bit too high for showing off the paints very well. Because that's very... Or maybe I just got over saturation. Just give me a moment. Video capture device. Configure video. That's a bit better. Let's reduce this sharpness. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay. I think that's a bit better showing him off. And you can see I wasn't really thinking too much about the edge highlighting, but some of the edge highlighting came out okay in the end. Some of it's a bit too thick. About him just after I'm painted. And I feel like I got the edge highlighting kind of okay with him in some regards, but I just, again, I wasn't really thinking about it too hard. I was just thinking about trying to add a little bit of, you know, wear on it. But these were like two of the first models I painted when I came back into painting. The very first models I painted, though, I think was this guy. Like his squad, it was just 5 intercessors. And you can see it's very messy in some regards. I like the gradient work I did there from the shoulder pad. But then you got stuff like that metal being a bit weird. Then you had the intercessor, the aggressor, sorry, who I painted after, and you can see just how thick these lines are on him. I was thinking more about edge highlighting at that point, and I think I went really over into it. But I didn't do all of the edges. I was like, definitely on this backpack here, it's a bit too much. Painting overall is a bit better than the others because having these were when we were painting 21 models together. I say together, on stream we're painting 21 models. And this guy can't really see edge highlights because he doesn't really have many edges that can be highlighted too well, other than on this cape. And then dirt's covering the rest of it. And this guy, though, yeah, this one is one where it kind of mixed between each model because I was trying to paint them all at once. And even then, it's like some of them for edge highlight, like some parts of this guy for edge highlighting is fine, other points it's just like way too thick, like here. And he we painted at the same time. I think this guy came out in general better. Although again, you can still see parts of the edge highlighting is just way too thick. Like especially there. It's not too bad. They're just meant to be a squad of 20 dudes. Unfortunately, the camera just has too much inbuilt contrast on it as well, so the edge highlighting seems even more aggressive and worse than it does in real life. The blacks aren't really as dark as they are, and the greys aren't really as light as they are on the camera. It's just an issue with this camera though. So all in all, it's not for worse. But yeah, edge highlighting is hard. It's hard to get right and consistent across all the models, especially if you're trying to paint lots of them. So I think certain colours are easier as well. If there's less contrast between the edge highlighting and your main colour, I think it generally looks better because even if you don't get the lines quite correct or you go a bit too thick, it doesn't look as bad. And you can potentially just turn it into a gradient. Especially if you're doing so what I'm thinking about doing with my next ones is, rather than trying to think about edge highlighting and stuff too much, what I'm going to do is undercoat for Mechanicus Silver, not Mechanicus, Mechanicus Standard, I think it's called. And then dry brush them with either Dawnstone Grey or Fenris Grey, like I had here. And then go over with a Black Templar contrast. So that way I'm going to have the dark parts in the recesses are going to be much darker. Then the edges and stuff, all the raised parts will be lighter. And then you'll have an in-between part where it'll be natural gradients between the two, where it'll just be a grey. And then after that, I think it's just dry brush it again with some colour. Like a very light one. And then, yeah, go over known oil. To add a bit even more darker recesses and stuff. And then after that, do all of the other stuff. like the shoulders, do the white parts here. Do the blue on the weapons, the gold. I'm thinking of changing the way I do metal colours though. I'm thinking of painting them like a... like where it's gold. Think of like going brown, then a yellowish colour, but not a bright yellow. And then just dry brushing the actual metal colour over the edges of them. I don't know how I did this guy's chest plate, because I think this guy's chest plate just came out so much better than the other dudes did. These ones. I think all in all the black on them and stuff just came out better, but the gold colours, like the Quiller on like this model as well, I just think it came out so much nicer. I think I might have used a different colour. I've just gone too overboard with the metal colour. I think these ones I actually it was a very, very thin, very rushed coat over when it came to the metals. And there's like 2 coats. That kind of looks on camera like my gold went over the edge, when in reality it's actually just the same colour as there. It's just catching a bit of this reflection of the metal. Yeah, see there, you can see it's better now. But yeah. I'm thinking next time I'll try just to do the metal parts as for highlight edges and stuff. Just need to find some colours that can look kind of a similar colour to the metals. Otherwise, to go under them. So yeah, anyway, I need to really end the stream. We've gone really over time, so big love hearts to you all. I hope you have a good rest of your day. That you work hard but play harder. And remember to take care of yourself. Be kind to others and vice versa. And also, eat good food, sleep well, dream of cupcakes, but don't eat those cupcakes because they're friends, not food. Yeet! Bye-bye, everyone. Wait, how do I end it again? Wait, this one? Is it this one? Yeah! Wee! Love you all!